Test, test, test. Okay. Here we go. Chat test. Okay, that's also working. Let me check out the stream quality, because I've been seeing yesterday that the stream quality was not as good as it should be. It's better now. It's not perfect. I think it's good enough. Looks a little bit different on my screen though. Let me check out on the monitor. If we open up the project, I'm going to put the stream on another monitor, so I can. What I want to see is the quality of text. Yeah, that's readable. Yeah, that's readable. Okay, that's super. Okay. Devlog for the 30th 30th of April 2025. We're hoping to. We have another day where we hope that we can finish the base set of the brush forger. Yeah. We're still in the testing phase, finding different kind of quirks and bugs and solving them. Yeah. And so far the improvements have been quite good so far. So I don't see any huge issues, that any technical debt that we have, except for that we haven't tested, which we're doing right now. Yeah, so in the current state, I could just release the asset and think it would just pass the Unity quality control. And we also checked if the asset would throw any errors. It doesn't. And yeah, it's very stable. At least when I tried. Okay, we're going to make another set of tests. Yeah, and then we will make a demo scene. Maybe I want to. I'm not sure if I want to make a demo scene. It doesn't make much sense to make a demo scene. I think I passed the demo scene actually. I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah, we can make a demo scene. I think the demo scene is just expected to be there. It's like story in a porno. It's expected to be there, but it's not important. Okay, first test is going to we're just going into the prefabs here, and let's actually delete all these things from Wood. This test scene, and we also see that the parent we assigned yesterday can still find it. That's really cool and practical. You can just paint immediately on what you have set up. So I like that, yeah. So what we want to do here is create 3D object, and let's maybe get a little bit creative with that. Actually, what want to do is to do a game object out of 3D shapes and build something. Sorry. It's a quad. How is that different from a plane? Probably it isn't. Maybe in its properties? So quad and a plane, how are they different? They're both one-sided. Okay, that doesn't matter. We won't use quad or plane anyway because they are one-sided default. I don't want to make any material for them. Would be nice though to change the color. Do we have any? Oh, we don't have a material. Just add a folder with materials. And in here we create a new material. Material. Oh, yeah, it's just at the top. And we want it to be named cylinder color. Cylinder orange. I want to make this cylinder orange. We give this oh, there, yeah. Give it this material, and then don't think we have any. Maybe we don't have anything that makes sense. That's a problem. There we go. Yeah. Oh, now I'm cheesing a little bit, but just want to have something that you can see. Well, currently we have the problem that the light emission. Do we have them light? Global lightning. Not to the global light. Don't have lightning. No. I don't really know why. Which is not good. Because I want this to receive shadows, and it doesn't have any shadows. Since it seems like we don't have light, so it can't have shadows. Does this have a light? No. This created a new scene. I think the new scenes have a default light inside. So that probably help. Create scene. Scene. Oh, that doesn't have. Okay, they have a directional light. Okay. Oh, we also have to enable lightning. Wait, it is. There's a lightning. I thought that it was a lightning bulb as a symbol. Where's the lightning symbol? Okay. Okay. Enable lightning in scene. Click the light bulb button. Yeah, I don't find that. Is it over here? Is this how it looks like? I'm a little bit confused. I think Unity changed that. I thought it was a light bulb. They removed the icon, apparently. Yeah, the light bulb like this. So this is supposed to be the shaded dwarf mode. I don't see any shading on this, so I'm a little bit meh. Also, the color of the light over here doesn't mix with the cylinder. So I'm not I'm not sure. I think it doesn't do anything. I think this is a problem. Yeah, we don't see any interaction here. Does it work? Maybe this thing is lit and illuminates itself. I think it doesn't work that way though, because it doesn't have emission. I think it should be lit. So it gets lit. That's what it's supposed to say. Yeah, but we don't see a difference here. Like if I put this to white, it's just all white. No difference. There has to be a way. Like I think it's supposed to be over here. Yeah. Maybe I need to watch a tutorial for this. Or ask the AI. I wonder if there's an AI integration in Unity already. Something like Unity Copilot. Unity integrated AI. I'm so happy that I didn't do an asset with 3D textures with AI generated textures because now Unity had the same idea. Ah, damn. Had the same idea and created it on their own so that the user generates the textures. Yeah, that's one thing that I noticed. Generating things with AI and selling them it has been possible for quite some time, but very limited, maybe half a year or not even a year. You could where you had good quality, were able to do this, had people who were excited about it, and not a lot of spam. Yeah. Nowadays, everybody spams with AI generated content, which is subpar.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our session. Today we're going to talk about improving our in-editor workflows with Unity Muse. So my name is Manuel Sensili. I am a senior AI advocate at Unity. I actually joined the company a couple years ago, 3 years ago now, as an XR product designer. And I transitioned to advocacy. I'm based in Montreal, Canada, but I'm originally from Guadeloupe in the Caribbean.
Yes, and I'm Martina Johannesson. I'm one of the senior technical product managers for Unity Muse. I've been with Unity for a little bit more than 4.5 years, and I'm based out of Copenhagen, but originally Swedish.
Awesome.
And today we're showcasing Unity Muse, our collection of AI capabilities for game development. And using generative AI, Muse helps you turn your ideas into prototypes faster and makes your development more smooth. So regardless if you've used or tried Muse before or not, we're going to refresh your memory and show you what we introduced at GDC earlier this year.
Get ready for some music.
Yes, and so what are all of these tools for? Well, we want to put the power of AI into the hands of all of you, our creators. And instead of disrupting your workflows, we want to make sure that these tools are deeply enhancing your workflows and reducing your development time. Specifically, AI helps you to resolve your issues more quickly without having to sift through docs up and down or searching through the internet. You can find the answers you're looking for right within the context that you're working in. So with tools like chat directly in the editor, you can get more answers, less searching, and explaining your problem upfront. You can also create higher fidelity working prototypes. So instead of showing a glimpse of a vision of a static vision, you can actually have a scene that you can implement and show and get alignment around. And so lastly, teams that already has their stuff in place and they're done with prototyping, AI can also help more easily and quickly iterate and edit assets right within the editor. So what are we trying to do here today? So our goal for today is to show you how you can improve your already existing workflows, create new workflows when you're iterating scenes. So Manu, you're going to drive the demo. And as a designer, also an actual trade, you're going to show us how we can implement things and iterate on the scenes. And I am going to use my technical product manager hat, but I'm also going to double as a studio stakeholder trying to drive this prototype to the next level. But our main goal here is to show how you can iterate on already existing things, but also take stuff from new and elevate the game and take it to the next level.
Who has already downloaded the URP sample scene before in the room? All right, okay. So we presented it earlier this year at GDC, but using the Garden Temple scene. This time we're going to play in the Oasis, very beautifully designed by our demo team. And this is where we're going to have fun with the different Muse tools. So as we said, let's get into specifics. Those are all of the Muse tools that we're going to get into today. So Sprite, Chat, Behavior, Texture, 2D Enhancers, and Animate. And it's going to be interesting. We're going to go one after the other, starting with Chat.
Yes. And so earlier this year, we introduced Muse Chat's ability directly embedded into the editor. And so why is this important? Well, we took it further than just taking an already existing product into the editor. We deeply embedded it. So imagine having a tool that understands not only the editor, but also your project and how it evolves. So it deeply comprehends your project, and this is a significant leap when it comes to using chat-based tools as part of debugging processes. And so now it can tailor its answers based on the things that you are interacting with in your scene, and you can use exact elements out of your scene to try and understand what's going on or what is not working. And so also, by allowing you to attach things directly into your question, chat can focus its response more deeply and hone in on what you think is relevant to really solve your problems. So whether you're debugging a tricky piece of code or finding something going on in the console that you can't really understand, MuseChat is here to support you. And not only does the attachment-driven approach help refine the accuracy of the responses, but it also makes MuseChat that really powerful ally in problem solving and development. And another thing is that MuseChat doesn't just scratch the surface. It digs deep. It really tries to understand what is going on. So whether it's, detailing or understanding your settings, because if you ask about physics, and we'll see this in a little bit, it will understand that, oh, I should go in and look at the physics settings. So it's obviously an ideal tool when tackling challenges using the Unity editor.
So let's show you how chat is embedded directly inside the editor right now. So the first thing that you want to do after installing the packages is go in the menu, click on Muse, and then Chat. There's going to pop out a floating window that you can dock wherever you feel comfortable with. I like to put it just right there so I can see my scene at the same time. And you have a pretty straightforward interface, access to new chat right there by clicking on the plus button. You can also see a history of your previous chat. I like to use it, for example, to ask questions about the project. So let's try to ask it, hey, can you give me, I always say hey to AI, be nice. Can you give me summary of the project? So as you enter the question, you see this beautiful loading bar designed by our product team, and it gives you an idea of how long you have to wait. And right away, we're getting a bullet points response right there. It knows the Unity version. I'm on Unity 6. I'm running the PC high rendering pipeline on URP. The target platform is standalone Windows, et cetera, et cetera. So it knows about the project settings and the context. But it doesn't end there. You also have access to attach elements. For example, if I click on a specific thing in the scene, I can show that I can attach it for context.
Yeah, and so that's really cool, right? And we've been hearing people wanting to do this for months and months and months. Why don't we have this kind of tool directly in the editor? We're like, actually, we've been working on that for quite a bit now. So we're super excited. But let's take a peek into what the future holds. So we're not stopping there, because the next generation of Muse and Muse Chat and our new beta features will empower you to prototype things faster. So you can iterate and create scenes within a matter of seconds and automate repetitive tasks that is really just drawing down that creativity. And so Muse Chat is here to start doing the heavy lifting on your behalf, allowing you to experiment and iterate with more ease than ever before. And we're also strengthening our support around code so that we can make sure that you have pre-compiled and tested code at your fingertips. Let's look at what that actually means, though. So we all know that rapid prototyping is an essential piece to quickly bring your ideas to life, to get alignment in your teams and get that vision really solid. So by setting up scenes and adjusting elements and managing those repetitive tasks for you so that you don't have to spend time doing that, we really hope to speed up your creative flow. So with Run, running commands on your behalf, we're empowering you to focus on what really matters to you: creative exploration and innovation. And what I mentioned around code is that we now have a dedicated code generator. So we pre-compile the code before we send it to you. And if it doesn't compile, we send it through a multi-shot repair loop to make sure that it does. So MuseChat steps in, refines it, and iterates on it so that it becomes more robust for you. And why is this important? Well, it's going to provide you with more error-resilient code, and it's going to cut down on that debugging time so you can spend time, again, doing the things that you enjoy the most.
Awesome. So now we'll continue using MuseChat, but now we're going to demo what Run and Code allow us to do. So I'm moving the camera a little bit around the scene, and I see that, for example, we are in desert, in the oasis. There's not a lot of vegetation. So what if I wanted to accelerate the population of assets, I could click here on this particular plant and attach this item for a reference. I can also just drag and drop it directly from the hierarchy or from my assets as well. And what's fun is that this also worked with console errors, script files, and so on. Then I will switch to the Run tab at the bottom. So this is how you know you're not just talking to chat, but asking it to do something for you. And then you can just talk in natural language, don't need to know the editor. So I can say something like, scatter this object 5 times on a radius of 2 units. And if I click here, it's going to do the same with the loading bar, but in this moment, it's starting to write a script in the background that will do exactly this action. But instead of being something that I will attach to the object, it's going to be an action that can run directly within the editor, having fun directly over there. So it's almost ready. And once it's ready, it's going to show me a rectangle box, giving me a summary of what I asked, translating my natural language from a basic human being that doesn't know the Unity editor to an actual feature within the editor with the proper naming. So in this case, the attach object fountain2 LOD0 will be instantiated 5 times in the scene, and they will be scattered on a radius of 2 units. Let's try it. Again, this is generative AI. It doesn't always work. Let's have fun.
It's also really
There we
new.
go. And so now we scattered the object multiple times, but we can see that, have this complex mesh. And it's not always perfect, and that's not really what you would like to do. You would probably want to make sure that it follows the floor. So if I go in my history right there, I actually pre-created another action, and that's the value of Muse Chat. If you have had success with a specific action, you can favorite it, add it to your favorite, and think about it as macros, right? So in this case, I have this more complex prompt. So if you're a prompt engineer or if you had a more back and forth interaction until you found this nice interaction that you like, you can now reuse it accordingly. So if I go over there and I select, for example, this tree and then this rock together, without specifying anything, my specific action wants to duplicate any selected object 10 times, randomly on the z-axis, bring it up in the sky, and then use the raycasting of the orientation of my scene camera, follow me over there, to actually point that object and scatter it where I'm looking at. So if I look in this direction, for example, and I click on the action, boom. Now I can easily populate the scene. And I could do that with all of the different objects, and every time I will go back and scroll and click, it will do that for me.
I think we should take a minute and just
Appreciate
recognize
that.
how incredible this is.
Thank you. What's funny is that the team working on this project didn't know we could do that. This is by trying to make a nice demo for you guys that we ended up discovering new things. And we are eager to see where you can push the tool. Maybe there are things that are not possible that you try to do and it won't work, and that's fine. But there are things that we didn't think about that you might discover. For example, I have...
So I got the feeling like this is in a really early state right now. Could be that you would use a lot of time in prompting the AI. Yeah. So whatever. That's not what I actually wanted to solve. Just wanted to solve the issue with Lightning, and I want to maybe want to skip over this.
Here, an aquarium
just to keep it in mind and
will be a game object.
Observe.
Game. Maybe it's going to be fish. A game, which means that you can ship basically new code by this feature. So that's actually really huge for our users, and we hope to make you have fun with it. Get
1 minute of animation. Hey.
So
Okay, we know everything about it. Good. In the Unity scene view, how do I enable Lightning in version 6 or higher? Let's see. Okay, the scene gizmo. Small navigational tube at the top right. Isn't that this? Not sure if that's a good idea. Just below the gizmo, there are several buttons. Okay. Click on the light bulb button, which is third. Oh, that's not correct. There's no light bulb. Where is it? Okay, let's put this in front of the main cam. Let's see. Okay, in game, cylinder would be completely orange. So it is, I think, the surface. Okay. Uh, okay, the AI seems to not know what is. How do I make the Unity 3D cylinder receive lightning? There's more here. It's not static, so it should receive light. Make sure it has a mesh renderer. Yes, it has a mesh renderer. So it should work with this standard material. I don't know why it's not working. First thought would be because of the map. Okay, got to go to the toilet. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, okay. So the plan is I basically feel like I should know how to do this because I did this 1,000 times before, but yeah, I did put I worked with Lightning before, so I'm a little bit puzzled. Like I'm unable to make a 3D object receive light, and that's good. Create another light source over here. Make sure it's in the cylinder. You can see that it doesn't do anything. Let's deactivate the light. We see that the light didn't do anything. That's bad. So we want now, right now, the the object should be black. Let's go and play. See if that really is visible. Yeah, it's visible like this. It should be black right now. There's no lightning. Without lightning. So something is wrong. Is it unlit? Okay, we need lit subject to lightning. So yeah, this is the base setting that I thought would be good. Let's also create a new 3D object just to be sure it's not something. Let's rotate it a little bit. And we cannot see the shape. It says, what's, why? Is it, can the camera not render that? Yeah, okay, so this is a little bit odd for me to have to look into a tutorial again to get this working, but I don't see an option yet. It's something very basic that I'm missing here, like both should actually work with lightning. So I think it's something in the settings. some setting is off. It's sync 3D lightning setup. Sucks a little bit that to watch a long tutorial for this, but yeah, just one object that we see fly. Yeah, it's super basic.
Hello there, I'm Jimmy Vegas and welcome to the fourth video in the Beginner's Guide to Unity 6. This time we'll be covering lighting and shadows. Remember to subscribe and click the notification bell to stay up to date with every tutorial I upload. Feel free to leave a comment and drop a like. I also have a Patreon page where you can help be a part of this channel, and you'll also find all the scripts and the assets to this series there too, along with plenty of other things. You can also now join as a free member. Now, on with the tutorial. So as mentioned, this particular object, we can already see that there is a shadow here. However, the lighting in the scene isn't quite adequate. Now, we spoke about this directional light a little earlier in this video series, and if we zoom out, we can see that it does indeed look like it's pointing a certain way. Now, if we drag and drop this all the way up here, nothing will change. If we try moving our light source this way, nothing will change. Everything with a directional light is controlled over here using these parameters in transform and these parameters in the light. What we could do is we could change the rotation on the X, and you'll notice that things in the scene start changing already. We can see some shadows, and we can see what we have put on the textures also change relative to whatever the light is pointing towards. So for example, this ground at the moment, although it looks the way it does, if we were to continue rotating, it would look very, very different. The way we have the texture set up for this particular ground section is very important, depending on time of day. You can also rotate different ways, like that, and we can see just how much the fence shadow is impacted. Same with the wall. The Z is not going to do a whole lot just because it's kind of spinning around. It's relative to X and Y mostly at this point. We can change the colour of the lighting, so if you wanted it bright white, you could. If you wanted it dark and dismal at any point, you could. If you wanted a bright pink hue, you absolutely could do that. So if you're in some kind of creepy dungeon, that fits quite perfect. I'm going to set it back to its original orangey Hello there, I'm Jimmy Vegas and welcome to the third video in the Beginner's Guide to Unity 6. This time we'll be covering prefabs and game objects. Remember to subscribe and click the notification bell to stay up to date with every tutorial. For convenience, it means that we can drag and drop all three of these bricks in one single go. How do we do that? Very simple. We need to There's a place where you can store all of your positions at starter in Unity. You may recognize a lot of this on your screen. Is where we store information of game objects. What is a game object? Anything that we can select inside the scene view or hierarchy is known as a game object, whether it is a model, whether it is a character, whether it is a camera, whether it is a light. It is going to appear here in your inspector panel. Every single object that you have will have at least one component. What is a component? A component are these items inside the inspector panel. So for example, we have the directional light here. That has a transform component and a light component. You can attach any component to any object, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that component is relative. For example, we could attach some physics components to a light, but that won't have any impact because a light and physics-based objects are completely different. So always try and keep your components relative to your object. Every single object will have this transform component because this dictates how big it is, where it is, which way it's facing, all that kind of thing. So we have the position here, that's where it's located in the scene. We have rotation, that is which way it's facing inside the scene. And we have scale, that is how big it is. Not every object will have a scale relative to its size. For example, let's have a crate, a wooden crate in our game. We could change the scale and make it extra large. If we change the scale on the light, it wouldn't have an impact because it is not relative. There is no size of light. You would change it in your component settings rather than your transform settings. So whenever using a game object, always keep in mind the components. They are what control everything about a game object. Down here we have the project window, and the project window is where you store all of your assets and packages. An asset can be anything at all. It can be a texture, it can be a script, it can be an animation, it can be a material, it can be a model, absolutely anything. Anything you import into your game will be an asset, and you can find them in a nice convenient folder down here. You can create more folders if you need to keep everything neat and tidy. The next tab along we have is the console tab, and this tab itself is a way of detecting where errors may occur within your game. So if you have written a piece of code incorrectly and it's not working, you press play to get into your game and it won't work, you can more than likely find where the error will occur here. And we'll create errors in the future in this series, so we can basically use the console to establish what is going on and we can use it to its full potential. So those are all the windows that we have by default. You may have some extra windows, you may not. However, sound like here with a red arrow. The Z is Hello there, I'm Jimmy Vegas and welcome to the second video in the Beginner's Guide to Unity 6. In this tutorial we'll be covering textures, materials and other things. You can also now join as a free member in this folder. Right click, create, folder. To use an area that we can use in the inspector panel to make it what we need it to be. Let's place it center of our scene. So 0, 0, 0 on the transform position. Next, we need to change the size. So we can change the scale. The scale represents the size. Let's have this as 20 by 20. So on the X, let's set this to 20, and on the Y, let's also set that to 20. Let's change our camera view a little bit so we can see inside a bit better. Let's zoom out. So right now it does look like a huge tile, and we can use that to our advantage now. This is the object that we want to attach our materials onto and our textures. So we don't have materials at the moment, however we can auto-generate one by dragging and dropping textures. So let's take this ground texture and drag and drop onto this cube. You'll see, nice and easy, that it does indeed appear on there. And in
Hi John.
Hey Havens, how are you doing?
Are you standing today?
A bit, yes. It's good for the back. I'm I'm the whole desk setup here. I can just move it up and down, and I'm using it every day, but still not enough for my health. Yeah, but I think it's a really cool feature to have a standing desk, and it is quite of a hassle to just get everything to work with
Cool, I had
your
one too.
uplift. Yeah, you had one. Yeah, you don't have anymore? Did it break or something? Really, I'm fighting a little bit with the cam holder, isn't kind of fighting against me.
Nah, it's in storage from moving.
From moving. Yeah, so you didn't set it up
Man,
again.
my stream was so good yesterday.
Oh really? What did you find? Ah,
I found like 3 pieces of gold.
ooh. That's so interesting. I think one thing that I always thought like that in America, most people just go shopping with the car, drive to with the car to the shops, get out, buy their stuff and get in. That you wouldn't find a lot of stuff on the pave sidewalks in the pavement. Yeah. So that's something that really surprised me, by the way. So I think it depends a little bit on the city where you live. And that's really interesting. So normally you're in front of
Then I showed
chivalries.
Koreatown in hotel bar and I freaked out a girl at the bar talking to Twitch.
How did you freak her out? What did she say?
I went to the bar, charge my stuff.
Okay, that's nothing too special. Nothing that should freak somebody out. But okay.
She ran away after I told her my viewer said hi.
Oh, maybe she's shy or she's like, get away from me! I don't know. Let's just say maybe she liked it too much. Yeah, she was getting too excited for you. Maybe I should watch the VOD of yours. Do you have VODs? I can look.
Then I walked around my neighborhood a lot at night.
I go in here.
But my
Oh.
camera isn't so good. The stream was mostly black.
Oh, you also have to publish your streams so you can view them later. I can't view your Twitch now. Yeah, your Twitch view. Twitch view. I can't watch your Twitch video afterwards.
Oh ta, I haven't checked how.
I can show you just how it goes. It's can I set this to English? English. Okay. So you go in here. Oh, content, video producer. Here you have your videos, and then you click publish. You just have to click that button. That's all you have to do. Now you can also export it. Yeah, this one is currently streaming. You can also export it to YouTube with the click of a button if you
Okay, I'll
link
try.
it. Yeah, so it's really easy. The only thing is you have to click a button. Yeah, sometimes I forget it. I forget it, but you see, these are all my streams. What annoys me a little bit every time that I lose a connection because I don't know, router times out or something, then I have a split in the VODs here. So these three, for example, they are one day. These three are from one day. So it automatically splits all the VODs. I don't like that too much, but that's just how it goes. Yeah. Also tells you that how many people did watch your VODs, which is a little bit odd. I would expect my VODs to be watched like not at all, but I think maybe it's some bots going over the streams, and maybe here and there a person who comes and discovers the Twitch stream, and some people just go in there. They explore your channel, and then they see your channel and say, okay, there's not a lot of things happening, and that would be true for my stream, for example. Let me look at the quality, by the way. Yeah, that's okay. Yesterday I was looking at it, and I was streaming in 720p on a 1440p monitor, and you couldn't read anything. It was a little bit awful. But what you can, when people go in here and discover your channel, I think I can't do it because I'm streaming. They could, some people go in here and would see you and they say, okay, that's interesting, but what did he do before? And then they view your VODs, so they can skip ahead a little bit. And I think that's really interesting because you stream a lot and people don't have time to watch your whole thing, and then they go in and skip through your progress, and that's really cool, I think. Yeah. To think about. Also quite nice for the lurkers, for people who just want to see what are you doing, and then they see your stream, and maybe you're AFK and not doing anything. Sometimes I go through the bathroom and come back, and just if somebody comes into the Twitch stream, he's not getting any content, but then he can go in here, find your old videos, and then they skip through your videos and get an idea what this person is doing. Yeah. Now, okay, cool. Hey, can check my audio quality. Hey, can check my audio quality. That doesn't sound that good. That doesn't sound that good. Yeah. Okay, it's okay. It's always a little bit cringe to hear your own voice. I also hear how much echo I have in my own room.
It sounds good to me.
Yeah, that's one thing. I think it's because I get more bass in my own head when I speak, and when I then hear my voice over the Twitch channel or at all recorded, it always sounds a little bit off, and I think that's why a lot of people say they can't hear their own recordings, because that's not how your own voice sounds in your head. In my head, my voice sounds much more pleasant because it's a little bit deeper. But I don't have a deep voice. Maybe if I try to have a deep voice, then I can try. And I don't really have a deep voice, but that's okay. There's a lot of people who don't have a deep voice, male people, who are still successful with the girls and stuff. I can blame other things, like, yeah.
Do you know about cameras? It was so dark on camera streaming at night, but in real life there's so much shadows and I could see stuff.
Not really. I can just give you the general advice that you would get via AI in 5 minutes. So. I know, like, let me turn off my lightning. Yeah, I know you need lightning. Good lightning is key for cameras, and getting a camera that is good at low light is quite expensive and has some technical problems, but I don't know the details. You can. It's just that no, I don't no. Yeah. So I know different cameras have different properties when filming at low light. So basically, maybe you can research how good your cam is at low light conditions. And there's special settings for low light where it would then add up the light that it received instead of only the using the light from one frame. But then if you move the cam, it gets blurry. So that's better for photos. But that's all. Are you trying to improve your quality at night? Yeah, you see your own world and you only see darknet. Like this is well, okay, you can see my hand. This is how it looks like, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the stream was all black too much.
Yeah, I cannot even recommend you to just get a better camera on me, man, because I think it really depends on the cam. As far as I know, there's no cam that does it all. So you would have, at optimum, you would have a good lightning cam that is good at good lightning. With the good lightning, it makes a really good picture at that when you have good lightning, like this camera right now, with good lightning, and with low light, I don't know if there's cameras that can do that well. Low light camera, I think, yeah, there should be low light. Yeah, there are some cameras for low light, but I don't know. I would have to go into research. These are photography cameras. Yeah, I don't know. No. So you can also yeah, you can change the settings a little bit. Yeah, but I'd be careful because you can set up your cam and spend a lot of time with the lightning condition settings, but as far as I've tried out with cams at low light condition, you only get that far. Yeah, can only get if you at a certain point it doesn't get better, and then you go back to normal lighting, and then normal lighting is messed up. So yeah, the best solution would be to always carry a light. Yeah, that that maybe would be a good idea. Let me test out my cam with low light. Yeah. So if you look at this stream here, you can already see that the cam starts to struggle. I got a lot of noise here. Yeah, okay, I still have too much light. Yeah, it's also not that dark because it's daytime. I have a lot of light sources here, so I would have to maybe turn off the monitors and stuff. But I see that when I'm streaming at night, then I don't have sunlight. This sunlight is still getting a little bit through the jalousine. Then you can start that more and more noise pops up, yeah? And that's why I have lightning, yeah, because I actually don't like to have lightning behind me, so I can maybe show that with the cam. So there, over there is a light, and there is a light, yeah? And these are quite expensive. Studio lights. Cost 100 each. About. But I just know from experience, cameras just like good lighting. So I think it's okay for you because you are not modeling. And I'm not modeling, so that's okay. But if you, but what you want is, no, not really. I've been in amateur acting, also paid, but amateur, yeah, amateur. When I see somebody with a cam, I tend to ask them a lot of questions and nerd out about their cams until they get generally annoyed and go away. Yeah, because I get some kind of king from cams, yeah. When you see a good cam, yeah, and just get good result. I'm really amazed by good cameras when I'm making photos with my own phone, and then compared with a professional cam, and the lightning just hits different from a professional cam. I can't even describe it what it is, but you see the difference in quality so much, yeah. A cam, normal cam, like this cam is pretty expensive. It's 400 euro cam, yeah. And I think for that it does okay until this point. After that, it isn't, but it is designed for that cone until here. And most cams on the smartphone are designed for a reach until maybe 2 to 3 meters. They are really good at that. Where people take a selfie, that's where smartphone cams are really good because they usually are optimized for selfies, so that you can get high quality pictures of yourself. But even with the more expensive one, which have multiple lenses, the problem is just the size of the lens that they can fit in, and you can only do so much to have a good cam in a smartphone. So then you can say, hey, maybe I can just get a good cam with a good lens. Yeah, but then you need different lenses for different conditions and different ranges. Yeah, and that also is you don't get a good general solution. You always have to make a cutoff, and the general cut is low light conditions are not well supported, and the range is normally in the range where people take selfies or maybe make a group picture, but it's more optimized for selfies because this is where the customer comes in, takes the iPhone, makes a selfie, and has this moment where it says, the customer says, okay, that's cool, I'm going to buy that. Yeah, that's where the buying decision is made. Okay.
Did you find how to get a GUID on an instance?
Kind of. So it's not a GUID, it's called Global Identifier in Unity. And the unfortunate thing about it is that the method call to get the unique ID is expensive. So here's the global, it's called Global Object ID. Yeah, and it seems like this does the job. So when I select a target here, put it in here, you can see now parent 3. This is where I save the global ID. You can I can just describe the code. The code just takes the global ID and saves it in a dictionary with a scene and the target. So when I then change the scene, go to this scene, now this current target is root. Go back here, it's parent 3. Yeah. So and it then will ask in the get function for the target. If there's no target assigned, then it will go into the dictionary and look, is there a target assigned for this this scene? Yeah, save for the scene, and then it will dig for the ID. Yeah, and that's that was one of the problems that I had. Once I was implementing this function, once I started drawing, the call was so expensive that drawing would lag a lot. So that's why I'm like, okay, I'm saving the target as a reference here. To in most cases just go in here, and if you have a target already saved, go get the target. Yeah, and when we are setting a new target, we're always setting this value. But when we are loading a scene, then we set the value to null, which will then trigger that the next time that a target is requested anywhere, that it goes into the dictionary and digs up which target it is for the scene. And actually this will happen automatically every time. I'm selecting this parallax time map here. And now it has the parallax time map saved. So I see there's a problem over here though. But it says the target is Rook. So I guess I have to change something. Okay. Yeah. But aside from that, it just forgot what it has. It can remember, but there seems to be an oversight over here. I don't know why it forgets it. We have to test that again. I'm going to add it to the list. Fix. Haven't forgotten. Currently, I'm searching for a warning that just popped up, and I didn't see why. It's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, but that's something that where I was like, okay. I was yesterday chatting with another developer who also works in Unity, and he was working on a saving system, and he also couldn't help me on that. I was really surprised by that. Because I thought like, okay, if somebody is working on a saving system, he probably would know about that. And he was also surprised that when you go in here, and you can see the IDs of every object, that the ID is not persistent. Yeah, and I still think that kind of defeats the purpose of an ID. At least it's not that nice to use the ID if it's not persistent. Yeah, because if you have a save your file system, you just want to have an easy system to take IDs and save them somewhere, and I don't have an idea how you do that. Now you might say, okay, if you have a saving system, you might just want to save the scene and save every object in here, but this call here is so expensive that will generally lag your whole game for the saving function way more than it should be. Yeah, now it's okay because saving can take some time, and that's something where the user is expecting the game to be lagging, or to have a loading bar where it tells you, okay, I saved that and that many objects. Yeah, but it's still a little bit weird, because I think a saving call where you just read out a lot of text and strings, it should be on the fly. There should be a better reason than to, yeah, this function that reads IDs is just really slow. I don't understand why that is. Yeah, so there's some. It's quirky. Yeah, I think this is not the best solution, but it's the solution that Unity is going for.
Are you still feeling a little sick?
Oh no, I'm actually alright now. Thank you for asking that. Now I just have to kind of mess with my sleep schedule because that's messed up. But everything else quite fine. But the only thing that I can complain about is that I'm feeling a little bit tired. Because I think that's because I get up at different times every day. And I'm up too long, staying up too long. Yeah. But I can work, so can handle that. I would only say that it would be a problem if I would really not go for enough hours of sleep, but that's not the case. Just a little bit picky. It seems like it always forgets the target for the last scene. To make another test here. Create a new scene.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
It seems like it only saves the parent for one scene. I don't know why it forgets the other scenes. Clear. To check that out. And somehow I made it forget the IDs. Okay. Don't know how. Well, there's definitely bugged here.
We don't serve their kind here.
I stumbled across a recording while I was cleaning him. He belongs to someone called Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay, it seems like right now the tag filter, target list, and queue and target are saved correctly. I'm not 100% behind the algorithm anymore because it's not a standard dictionary. Unfortunately, we can't save a standard dictionary, which is kind of annoying. Because usually it's two lists then that I handle like a dictionary, but it's not. So I could probably write a getter and setter in here though. Well, yeah, it probably should do that here, and then I can handle them like a dictionary. Yeah, I should probably do that.
resistance.
Okay, I would call it today for the target saving function. That seems to be alright right now. I still have the problem that if I go in here and untagged, currently it's not listing all the objects. All the objects that have the same name don't get displayed correctly. So I have to look into that again and again and again. So I think it's the third time or fourth time that I fixed that. So that I'm not going to say that this is bad coding, but looks like there's a huge oops by me. Okay, let's be real. If I would I wanted to say if I would be a bad coder, I wouldn't get so far, but you can get so far with bad code, yeah. So if you would do like bad coding, you could still get to a similar result, and you would probably be much faster. But everything would break if you would do something that it's not intended to. Yeah. So let's add fix target list not listing double names. As so this list really this target list really adds up a lot of time when it comes to fixes, yeah. But it's absolutely justified. I think it's just because I see that I use this a lot. Yeah, I go in here and use this list a lot. What is this parent? But this list is buggy. Yeah, I have to see. I think it's particularly due to how the list works, you know, how Unity does it, and that just invites having bugs because you have these choices, but the item that you choose is added as another choice in a weird way that makes it hard to work with. And then it doesn't clean up. It's a little weird. Would be nice if I could just bind it to a list value and say this is the list that I want, and please don't do anything else. I think it's not possible. At least it's always nice if you can bind to a value, and then what you do with the drop down list, you don't have to do anything and make any thugs like update the choices or something, and this list is the list of choices that you have, and that value is the value of the drop down. Not sure if that's possible. Maybe we should try that again to bind the list to a list. if that's possible. It would be, I think that would be the best solution, because right now we are running in circles and we see that everything seems to be a little bit quirky here. And I want to get rid of that quirkiness. Like I'm not saying, I still say if we publish it right now, we can publish this how the asset is right now. It would be great. Would also be great value, but I think fixing the queue and bugs would be really nice. For some reason I locked. Okay, but I think it's great that I'm testing bug now a lot because I'm detecting little quirks like you could use it, it wouldn't bother you too much. Yeah, just things that you find out when you're testing the stuff that you produce instead of just giving it out and say, hey, the user can find out all the bugs that there are. Yeah, it's something that actually happened with my old employee where I was like, hey, we have to at least have 1 week of testing before we give out our stuff. And then they gave the testing to a guy who never made development and he never tested. And they just gave that stuff out. Yeah. No, there's a reason that I quit my job there. Actually didn't want to quit. I was like, when I started working there, I was like, okay, I have to work here for 3 years because that's my goal, but quality of work was so bad there that I said like I'm going insane if I continue this. Yeah, to kind of control your sanity. Okay, I'm going to cook. Just add some rice to the rice cooker and continue after that. We'll just take 5 minutes.
Don't know the power of the dark side. I'll show you the dark side.
He's back at it again.
Yo, what's up, demon? Hi there. I'm not only back at it, I'm making progress. That means something.
Just chillin'.
Chilling. Cool. Yo, it's just so I solved the problems from yesterday, but yeah, I really solved it with the global identifier, yeah, the global ID, and load that in dynamically when you change the scene right here. You can actually see it right now here. And this is how the object is loaded. And it works like this. I have then scriptable asset here in the core. And you can
Hey,
see
it works. It works XD.
yeah, this is how it looks like. It's a dictionary which contains of two lists. And this is the key, this is the value. And I had to kind of write the dictionary by myself and have this, so these are not accessible. And they have these get value, remove pair, add pair. Like it tries to be a dictionary, but it's not a real dictionary. It's two lists that are kind of ducked together. Yeah. Well, if it works, it works. Yeah, that's right. It's still a little bit confusing, I think. But hey, we can't just have everything. And this is how the ID looks like. This global ID. I don't know why it has to say global ID in the string. That's type, or that's just how it works. And then you have that ID, and that call actually is expensive as a call. So I only load this in once you load the scene. So when I draw here, because it's making a lot of calls to the target. Now this is much smoother than it was yesterday. If you remember, yesterday this was lagging when I was recompiling, because I remove the line. But yesterday this was lagging. Now it's not lagging anymore. Yeah. So progress. You can see it's how smooth it actually is when you don't have something that absolutely messes up your algorithm.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah. But it's
Less lag.
yeah, but it's also amazing how one function that just gives an ID can absolutely destroy your algorithm. Yeah, once you go to make a call every frame, and the algorithm is not perfect, it absolutely destroys your frame rate and makes everything like it's yeah. So something that I I still have kind of a problem to believe that something like this happened. Yeah, but it works. Quite happy about that.
someone called Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, I found an issue with the rotation where it would what was soft. It's kind of where Fortnite saved up the a value that I use to rotate the object to the position that it is supposed to be in the preview, but I saved that value and used that as a reference when moving. But I forgot to put out the rotation of the brush. Well, it was taken out, but the algorithm was just wrong. So I was like, yeah, I don't know how to subtract the brush rotation out of the bricks again. Let's just save up the random values as pure as they are. So I just create a new value variable for that to save that and save the pure value. That's the pure. So that's on the long run also less buggy. Yeah. So okay. I think you can see when I draw in the bricks, you can see that they have their, I think, their default rotation. The rotation that comes from I don't know where it comes from the prefab maybe. And you see that there's only when I draw in that frame, there's one frame where they have a different rotation. I don't know what it is, because you can see when it's not when I instantiate the.
Damn, I'm no help when it comes to numbers.
You can maybe when it comes to 3D geometry. And by the way, that's where I don't understand 3D geometry. If it comes to rotations, I'm absolutely messed up. Yeah, I absolutely just like with the rotations. When it comes to quaternions, half of the time I'm like, yeah, no idea. Just try something out until it works. Better than trying to understand this. Yeah. So yeah, but now this works. But I have no idea why it rotates this jiggly when you draw it in. I think I can take another look at the create function. Should be in paint function. No. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong class. Nope. I don't even rotate the object. It's done by Unity. So that's odd. It would be nice to get rid of that jiggle here. I think it's a little bit it doesn't speak of this is a high quality asset if you see this jiggle. Even though if you're using Unity, you're used to something like this, but I don't know. When you draw it in, you notice it. It's weird. it's a little bit hard to see what exactly is happening. Trying to see the color of the object that spins and identify if it's the new constructed preview object or the drawn in object. Would be great to notice. Seems to be the new object. Yeah, the new object is rotated and drawing in. I think this value here, this one is wrong. That should be the issue.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
someone called Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I think I got it. Plugged in the wrong variable. Yep. No. That's better. Just wrong reference. I want to see if I get a bug if I don't do this line of code. Think I will. It's different. Okay, yeah, I get it back. So let's leave it in for now. Still think it's kind of laggy, but it could be because I have thousands of objects in the scene. Yeah, it's because of the amount of objects in the scene already. So it's not the brush itself. So all I can say, don't just draw in thousands of objects. It's going to lag eventually. Okay, I'm going to get my lunch. So I'm off a bit.